The Commission resumes. Colonel, you're still under oath. Are you now going to commence your re-examination?
Indeed, Chair. Colonel, can I have us deal with various elements of your evidence? And shall we start with the evidence relating to the simultaneous unfurling of the barbed wire or the razor wire? You remember that piece of evidence?
Yes.
It was your evidence that according to plan, the unfurling of the barbed wire was to occur simultaneously.
That's correct.
And the evidence was that if done according to plan, that would have taken under 2 minutes or thereabouts to have all of the barbed wire unfurled.
That's correct.
And the proposition put to you was that if that had been done, we would not have had scene one. You remember that evidence?
I remember that, yes.
Can I invite you to help us here? If a JobCom approved plan was that the razor wire was to be unfurled instantaneously or simultaneously, and there was a need to adjust that plan, some would say deviate from the plan, what would be the procedure? Do you go back to JobCom?
There is a certain amount of discretion invested in the operational commander, being the specialist in the environment that he is working in. Normally you could consult with your overall commander with regard to if you had any deviation plan, but the specialist here was your public order policing officer, which was Brigadier Carlitz and Colonel Makabela.
Let us go back to the facts now. They are on site. They're supposed to unfurl the barbed wire for good or bad reason. The operational commander decides it must be done intermittently. As a matter of procedure, are they supposed to go back to JobCom to go and do that adjustment or what is called a deviation? That's my question.
No, that is the discretion of the operational commander and his decision to make that call.
Practically, is it?
I understood you to say that previously that the Brigadier College had the power, as it were, to deviate. So I understood that to be evidence earlier.
Yes.
Surely, Colonel, the availability of time would affect whether one goes back and forth with planners and other commanders.
Time, ma'am, and if it was a really major change that something had happened on ground which was going to make the plan deviate totally from what had been briefed, then one would need to obviously go and inform the JobCom that what's happening currently is the situation's changing, it's different, and I recommend we do the following.
And something like moving the line of Nyalas some meters this way or meters that way, practically, would that have to go back to JobCom?
No.
Now, to that proposition that says scene one would not have happened, can I ask you this? From what you have seen, if the militant group did not approach the police line, would scene one have happened?
Yes.
Perhaps you want to reflect on my question and make sure you understand it.
I think you may have misunderstood. I won't allow Mr. Semenya to cross-examine you, but I think that you may have misunderstood the question. So perhaps he can repeat it. Listen carefully.
If the militant group when the wire was unfurled, had not approached the police line, would scene one have happened?
No.
Is it correct, as a matter of proposition, though, tell us, that the people were shot because the barbed wire was unfurled?
No.
There is also one element around this matter which I seek your clarification. There is also a proposition that the plan was done and the implementation of that plan happened under time constraints. Did you remember that? Do you remember that evidence?
I remember that, yes.
As part of the people who were responsible for that plan, were you satisfied or not satisfied that the plan could be implemented properly within the time constraints that you had?
I was satisfied that it could be carried out.
If you are of the view that it would be totally unsafe to implement the plan within the constraints of time that existed, what would have been your...
I would have raised that objection and given my reasons why.
Around that matter are also issues of whether or not there was adequacy of time for briefing or not. You remember that evidence?
I remember that, yes.
Please explain to us if a plan entails the work of the public order police in relation to a matter like dispersing a crowd, how extensive a briefing is necessary for that operation?
It's normally not an extensive briefing. It's a standard operating procedure. There are only minor details which need to be brought to the attention or are actually done by the officer on scene who normally would plan that.
On the day, did everybody understand that the positive attraction point would be the westerly side of the copy or not?
How can you tell us what everybody understood?
From the briefing, Chair.
You give a briefing, but how can he tell us? Perhaps you should ask him whether he can tell us whether, after he'd given the briefing, he was satisfied that everybody understood. And if the answer to that one is yes, he can tell us why.
Chairperson, I was satisfied. I briefed them quite in detail about the left, middle and right flank and to where the thrust of the dispersion should go, which was to the west, with the canalizing of the razor wire, assisting the dispersion action to push it to the west. So I was satisfied that they understood that.
Satisfied, what was your satisfaction based on?
The fact that I know I spoke to that in detail, and there was no comeback on or no questions asked or issues raised concerning that.
While you're on the question of the briefing, can you assist me with something, Colonel? On the Wednesday, your testimony was that you did a pretty full briefing with the POP commanders present at the JOCM meeting.
On the Wednesday morning?
Yes.
Yes.
And you had gone through the positioning of the various units and what their roles were.
That's correct.
When you briefed the commanders in the field on the Thursday, how much of that was different? What were the differences between the first and the second? Plans.
We're talking about the phase 1, which was briefed on Wednesday morning, versus the phase 2, which was briefed on, or are we talking about the phase 3, which was briefed on the Thursday?
We're talking about your evidence that says you, in the JOCM on Wednesday afternoon, there was a very full briefing. All the POPs commanders were called back from the public sector policing.
On the Tuesday afternoon?
No, it's the Wednesday.
No, I don't think they were called back on the Wednesday.
No,
they were called back on the Tuesday.
Tuesday.
And I think the evidence is that it's thought that Mr. Twala was killed while they were back, being either the commanders being briefed in the JOC, or perhaps while they were briefing their own men in the field. But certainly at that stage, on Tuesday, Mr. Twala was killed. But I don't recall the evidence being that on the Wednesday they came back in the afternoon.
No.
Am I correct?
No.
The briefing they got in the Wednesday morning, that related to what phases of the operation?
Yes.
What phase of the operation did it relate to?
Yes, that was phase 1 on Wednesday morning.
How much had changed with what you briefed them on the Thursday at 2:30?
At 2:30 versus the Tuesday briefing?
Yes.
Significantly, ma'am. Tuesday briefing was just basically saying that our tactical option would be an encirclement. Didn't go into the detail of that. That was what I had held in reserve because I wanted them to concentrate on the phase 1. I just made them aware of the different stages thereafter or phases thereafter. Again, if you say encirclement to a public order policeman, they have a very good idea of what you're talking to because it refers back to a standard operating procedure. They just wouldn't have known where or exactly the strategy I had in mind around that. But the Thursday briefing was obviously quite significantly different to that. It was to deal with a D&D plan, dispersal and disarm plan, which changed significantly from the what was said to them on Tuesday. Because it was more in detail, as well, which they didn't receive on the Tuesday either.
There was no difference as regards the resources available?
I think the water cannons had arrived in the interim.
All right.
Thank you. Now, in relation, on Thursday that is now, in relation to where the barbed wire nyalas were to be lined, was the briefing in relation to that matter adequate?
We at the 14:30 or at the 6 o'clock?
The briefing at 14:30 about the nyalas.
Yes, well, the nyalas were already pre-positioned, so I don't think that I would have gone into the detail of explaining to them why I reasoned for the simultaneous, but I did mention a simultaneous deployment.
No. Did you need to give more detail about where they should be positioned, for instance?
No.
Did you need to give more detail in relation to how the barbed wire was to be unfurled?
No.
Was there need to give more detail about how POP members are to do that barricade with barbed wire?
No.
Was there any detail required to tell them how to do the dispersion?
Other than just in what directions and the flanking, but the physical dispersion, no.
About the position of the TRT, was there any more detail required to tell them where they should be positioned?
Other than what I actually briefed them on, no.
Was there any more detail required on how the sweeping must be done?
No.
How would they know how to do the sweeping?
It's dealt with in their training curriculum.
The NIU?
Similar.
STF?
The same.
My difficulty is I'm trying to establish in what manner and what information was not available given the time constraints that are contended for. Can you tell us?
All I can speak to is the briefing I gave, and the briefing that I gave I felt to be adequate for the operation to continue with.
Okay. Now, shall we talk about stage 3? That is the tactical option of the DDA, as we call it, dispersal, disarm, and arrests. Firstly, do you or don't you know who made the decision that the police should go tactical?
I don't know.
Do you know when the decision would have been made?
I also didn't know that, no.
All right. Now, I want us to go back to the encirclement plan. As we understand your evidence, that is what you would have conceived as a strategy the evening of Monday falling into the early hours of Tuesday morning. Correct?
Yes.
Can you again give us the characteristics of that encirclement plan? What features did it have for it to be implemented effectively?
Well, it needed to have a small group of people.
How many?
Well, we estimated about 50.
When was it supposed to be implemented?
It was supposed to be implemented at first light as a matter of surprise.
Were those the key features of the encirclement plan?
They were key features, yes.
Did the plan or didn't it contemplate encirclement of the 3,000 so odd people?
No.
Did the encirclement plan in character differ during that period of time? In character?
No.
Now, let us look at that plan. On Tuesday, you tell us the decision to implement the encirclement plan, i.e. small group, first light, surprise, was not implemented.
No.
And you have told us that the reason was, amongst others, there were not enough people there.
That's correct.
Let us look at that plan in that formation. Came Wednesday morning, first light, small group, surprise element. Was it ever contemplated to be implemented on Wednesday?
No.
Why not?
Because the negotiations implemented in the phase 1 on Tuesday were deemed to be successful, with an arrangement made with the strikers to meet at 9 o'clock on the Wednesday morning to continue with resolution through dialogue.
What was the... I'm talking Wednesday morning now.
Yes.
Why came Tuesday midnight? Did not decide to do the encirclement plan the following morning, Wednesday, at first light as a surprise and encircling a group of 15?
Because our option was to resolve through dialogue as a first resort, not to go to a tactical option.
I think you also said earlier that you thought it would be a breach of faith if you were negotiating with people to sort of ambush them, as it were, while they still thought that you were negotiating with them.
That is correct, Chairperson.
You did say that too.
Yes, we didn't want to break the spirit of goodwill between the police and the strikers.
I just want to test the correctness of the proposition that there was an encirclement plan on Wednesday. Was there?
No.
Now, on Thursday, the encirclement plan we know is one of first light surprise, a group of small people. Was it on the cards on Thursday?
No.
All right. The question was put to you. When was the encirclement plan substituted with the dispersal plan? You recall that?
I recall, yes.
What's your answer to that?
I believe it to be the Thursday morning.
Okay. Shall we then talk about the radio channels? Your evidence is that there was one channel and another for emergency.
Yes, that's how I understood it, yes.
Now, please explain to us where you have only one channel. Is it possible to operationalize a plan such as the one that was conceived in Marikana?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because in essence, once the plan is operationalized, you need your command structure as well as your observers to be on the same channel so that all commanders can hear the information being relayed and orders that are given can be heard by all commanders.
As you understand the evidence, the difficulties that arose around communication, did they relate to whether or not there was one or multiple channels?
No.
What did they relate to?
I believe that what did play a role is maybe the power output of hand radios, because I don't recall hearing people from Scene 1, for that matter, speaking. And I recall Brigadier Carlett saying at some stage when he was trying to work from a hand radio that he couldn't get communication with the jock. And this is why they installed what we call a base set, which is a more powerful radio system into his vehicle to enable him to speak. And similarly in the helicopter, it has the same more powerful radio. So those would have been obviously able to reach the repeater site more easily than somebody with a hand radio on ground.
There is also the evidence of the radios being off for 4 odd minutes. You remember that evidence?
Yes, I recall that.
And the probe around that point was whether or not one or the other should not have used the emergency channel.
I recall.
Remember
yes.
that evidence?
Yes.
As a matter of standard procedure, where you have one channel and another as an emergency channel, what would be the triggers to go from one channel to the other?
If you heard that somebody was on your channel that you wouldn't want there, if it was I speak in general terms now, if it was a covert operation of sort, if you suspected that your opponents maybe had picked up and were listening in or talking on your channel, and again, I'm not speaking specifically to Marikana, I'm speaking to an open array of operations now, then there would be a code word given, and only the people within the operation would know what the alternative channel would be. So the code word would be given, and then the communication would be moved to another channel where everybody would call in to show that they were on the new channel. That's one occurrence. The other is if your radio actually goes dead, in the sense that the repeater channel has gone down, and that you would just have absolutely no communication. It would be a dead sound. You would then have a specific period and you'd go over to your new channel, well, for that matter, almost immediately. Those are the specific two that we would deal with.
Going back to Marikana, was there a point during the operation where you held the view that there were other third parties on the channel requiring a use of an alternative channel?
At the time of the operation, no.
Was there a time during the operation that you came to the conclusion that the radio channel was dead?
No.
Now, let us talk about the...
Are you moving away from the radio channel?
Yes.
Do I understand correctly, the problem was there was too much traffic on the channel you were using, and mainly involving, I think it was Brigadier Carlett and is he a brigadier?
Brigadier Carlett, yes. Oh,
Brigadier Carlett and Vermaak, is he a brigadier too?
No, he's a lieutenant colonel.
Lieutenant colonel. They were using up much of the time for obvious reasons, and so there was in effect too much traffic on that channel. Now, if you moved to the alternate channel, you still would have only had one channel. Is that right?
That is correct.
So the problem of too much traffic on the channel would simply be transferred to the alternate channel.
That is correct.
So moving to the alternate channel wouldn't have been the answer to the problem.
No.
Thank you.
One of the puzzling elements, of course, is why if the evidence is ultimately accepted, why the operational commander, Brigadier Khalets, never got to know about scene 1. You remember that the evidence around that point?
Yes, I do.
And the puzzlement is also because the jog entries indicate somebody's lying down. You remember that evidence?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, do you know if Jock tried to get hold of, amongst others, the operational commander, Brigadier Khalets?
I don't know about others in the Jock, but I didn't know.
Did you have cause to speak to Brigadier Khalets during that operation whilst you were in the Jock?
The only time I did call was when I heard somebody other than Brigadier Khalets or Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak calling out that there's somebody on top of the high rocks with a long rifle. And as I say, over some minutes, I eventually broke in and just put the message out. It was intended for Brigadier Khalets, but if any of the other commanders could hear it, to remind them of the STF sharpshooters.
You'd remember the inquiry around the point is that had Brigadier Khalets known immediately after scene 1, the operation would have been perhaps different. That's the limited window I'm trying to explore with you.
I remember.
Now, during that moment, as we know it now, were you personally aware that scene 1 had happened?
No.
To your knowledge.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what exactly do you mean by that? You know, scene 1 is two words which actually mean a lot. Now, if scene, one can break that down into the various components. I mean, the plan your plan had been disrupted because you'd expected a complete rollout of the wire, the barrier in place, the strikers safely confined, if that's the right word, to the Kopi side, I think the western side of the barrier, and then encouraged to disperse towards the west.
Yes.
That was
yes.
your plan. Right? Now, we know that didn't happen.
Yes.
But that was because before the barrier could be in place, the strikers were able to move forward effectively into what was supposed to be the neutral area. Am I putting that correctly?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yeah. And then various things happened.
Yes.
Now, so when you say scene 1 wouldn't have happened or would have happened, I think you said wouldn't have happened. What exactly were you referring to? What component of scene 1 were you talking about?
I'm talking about what I know now of the scene at the kraal with the deaths. As you rightfully have said, in my mind at that time, I was envisioning that the wire was out and that the pops had started the actual dispersion with Brigadier Khalets calling the water cannons and the public order policing call signs and so on. So what I was envisioning was that it was actually underway. And then when the dispersion had finished and Colonel Vermaak had actually said, and he was counting, I thought there was people that were around the area of Kopi 1 that had gone to lie down, etc. Obviously at that stage I didn't know, I don't think anybody in the job knew specifically that had occurred at the kraal.
Did you, when you heard Colonel Vermaak say that, did you think, it may not be possible for you to answer, so I understand if you say you can't, but did you envisage at that stage that the wire was in place, that the D and D operation had commenced? Because you remember, part of the message, I think, was that the strikers are attacking the TRT, Now, the TRT, of course, were going to be behind the POP, defending them if they came under attack and so on. Did you think, when you heard that message, that was perhaps what was happening, or can't you help me with that?
I don't remember hearing that, Chairperson, specifically that the TRT was under attack. What I do recall is hearing the whole sort of movement of forces by Brigadier Carlet's, calling it. I'm not sure when that radio, the press to talk button was pushed on a radio, which kind of put a blanket cutout over the radio system for what I thought was about 4 minutes. But I think it was only after that Colonel Vermaak actually gives what you can count from the air, persons lying on the ground. But at my time of thinking that is part of what's actually happened, but I don't recall it being mentioned that the TRT line was under attack. I don't remember that.
Thank you.
Okay, now, of course you know that Mr. White, MBE, one of his criticisms is that after scene 1 had happened, i.e. the shooting and the deaths that occurred there, what ought to have happened was that the operational commander was supposed to call everybody back, reassess the situation, establish if any of the SABS members got hurt, any of the strikers got hurt, and then reorganize their operation from there. Now, from the job perspective where you were, and immediately after scene 1, as we describe it, were you aware that had happened, demanding a cessation of the operation until reassessments were made?
No, I wasn't.
Are you aware that General Annandale was aware?
No, I wasn't.
Anyone in the joke that, to your knowledge, was aware of it?
No, I must say I was pretty much in my own little world, trying to create a visual picture in my mind of what was happening with the radio input, so I wasn't really concentrating on what others were doing in the job.
As we watch the visuals, we do see, as in terms of the plan, the forces reorganizing at what you call a dry riverbed.
Yes.
But they continue to implement the plan as they understood it without reference to what had happened at the copy, at the crawl.
Yes.
Okay. Can we now move
on? Can I ask a question about this? I'm interested to know what you thought was happening, because maybe relevance was in the light of questions have been asked. Now, what was supposed to happen was the wire was supposed to be uncoiled, the barrier created protecting the neutral area, and then thereafter, as I understand it, a warning was to be given.
That's correct.
To the strikers in what we call the western area, the area to the west of the barrier.
That's correct.
And it was going to be in various languages, I think.
Yes.
I think it was going to be repeated.
Yes.
And they were going to be given time.
Yes.
I think it was 20 minutes or a quarter of an hour, something of that kind, to heed the warning. To heed the warning.
Yes.
And go. Now, I take it that from what you could hear, that stage hadn't been reached yet.
No.
And then, would it be, am I correct in saying that it must have been apparent that something was happening?
It was apparent, Chairperson.
And what was happening, presumably, wasn't what was supposed to be happening.
Yes.
So, did you have any, did you sort of ask yourself what is happening, what's gone wrong? Did you think something has gone wrong? Or what exactly passed through your mind at that stage when you heard things happening, and it obviously wasn't the warnings and the various things that were supposed to happen in phase 3?
Yes, I'm aware that there should have been that time, and obviously that Brigadier Carlet's with speaking to his forces is short. I didn't consider that at the time, I must say, that the time had not been, how can I put it, given or respected, or that the verbal warning had to be heeded to.
But I take it there was no reason to believe the warning had been given, or was it possible the warning had been given and that you hadn't heard it?
No, well, that was the thing. I didn't know what was actually going on the ground in that sense, but I'd assumed that the POP's action had started. I agree with in what you're saying, is that there's supposed to be a time period, but sitting back at the radio at that stage, once it had started, I didn't reflect then to say, but hang on, there should be a time break first before this should be going on. I had assumed that the public order policing operation had commenced.
Well, apropos the questions now being asked by the chair, would Jock have known, for instance, that an instruction has gone out to say unfurl the razor wire?
Unless it was given over the radio, but I don't recall hearing it given over the radio either, so no, I don't.
Would Jock necessarily have known that this is the moment when the operation commences as a matter of fact?
No, the Jock didn't know. I didn't know, standing there.
Would Jock have known this is the amount of time given to the strikers to disperse voluntarily?
No.
Would Jock have known that they did or they did not at the moment it happened, unless communicated over the radio?
No.
If we do move to a different point, there is clearly some criticism about how Exhibit L was compiled. The criticism fall into two categories as I assess them. The one is that there are elements of Exhibit L that are incorrect. Do you remember that?
Yes.
For instance, that the ammunition spended in one is reflected as X, in other documents as Y. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes, I remember.
Was there any intention to include in Exhibit L information that's incorrect?
No.
That information which is incorrect would be a result of what? How would that have happened?
I think it would be as a result of, I don't want to say miscommunication, but not having access to the full picture, and trying to build that picture from the inputs given to us.
The other side of the criticism about Exhibit L is that it is misleading, and in particular focus was placed on certain elements of the visuals that were included and not included. To refresh your memory, there is an utterance at the end of a particular clip which is not in Exhibit L, and the probe there is that it would have been done intentionally. Was it?
No.
Was there on your part any attempt at portraying a particular misleading impression by withholding any information from the Commission?
No.
From burying any inculpatory elements of the operation from the Commission?
No.
Regarding another aspect, and this is now copy 3. There is a lot of evidence around whether copy 3 was or was not contemplated in the plan. You remember that?
I remember, yes.
Now, was the plan anticipating arrests that would happen, if need be, west of the copy?
Yes.
Was the arrest contemplating those arrests to happen how?
Through the discretion of the operational commander and the reorganizing of his forces, and then sending those forces out to what he had observed the strikers had done.
Does one find copy 3 west of the copy 1?
Yes. West of copy 2 more, but yes.
Should or could or was the plan supposed to state how the arrest must happen at copy 1, copy 2, copy 3, or whatever else west of the copy?
No.
Did the plan contemplate that if people went to the west, including copy 3, that they would be dispersed, disarmed, and arrested?
That was the briefing to the commanders, yes.
Okay. Again, about the implementation of a tactical option. The criticism is that it was done hurriedly. You remember that evidence?
Yes.
And at one level, it was suggested it was done because subs did not want to get the PC blushing. Subs did not want to have the PC blushing with embarrassment that she has already told the world that we are going to go tactical, and now the operational people thought differently. It would put her in a poor light. Do you remember that?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. Now, speaking for yourself, did you feel that you were being under pressure to implement the disarming of the strikers on the Thursday?
I thought that the time allocated to still do the operation was sufficient.
The question is, did you feel under pressure by the PC?
No.
Did you feel that if prudence dictated differently, that you implement this operation on a different day, that you wouldn't do it because the PC would be embarrassed?
No.
Did it occur to your knowledge around the senior generals that were there?
No.
Did you hear any mention being made about it?
No.
The other criticism, obviously, around the decision to go tactical is that there's no reason why the encirclement plan could not happen on the Friday. You remember that evidence?
I remember that, yes.
If you give us the benefit of your understanding of that environment, we now have on Thursday the strikers saying that people are going to die there. Mr. Matunjwa leaving, the bishop leaving as well, the employer unwilling to continue with any to engage in any negotiation with people whilst they're still armed and in the copy.
Did you say willing? I thought you meant unwilling.
Unwilling.
Yes, yes, I thought you said willing. I think you meant unwilling.
Unwilling, I should say. Thank you, Chair. Unwilling to engage with strikers who are armed and on the copy. What, as a matter of prospect, would there have been to do the surprise element in the morning at first light, surrounding 50 people, as encirclement pen contemplated on Friday?
If it was put to me on the Thursday that we need to look at that option for Friday morning, some of the issues I would have had with that would have been, I think we've lost the element of surprise specifically for the police. Secondly, we could not at all be sure in the breakdown of the negotiations, as you've put it now, that they would even be at the copy still the next morning. That the situation was seemingly volatile at that time due to that. So the amount of violence or destruction that would have occurred from that period until Friday morning was also something to anticipate. So it was not viable in my opinion. And again, even if there was a small grouping at the copy that next morning, we couldn't have been ensured that it would have been the full size of the militant group for that matter. And if we planned to encircle 50, we would have still had 250, which we had now had broken all good faith with the police, and that would have possibly escalated even more violence against the police and others.
Of course, there'll be evidence later that an arrest of a fraction of the strikers. Now you know you have 300 to 400 strikers there. They're heavily armed. They're intent on whatever. An arrest of a fraction of them would precipitate another crisis, which is now, it's no longer a labor dispute. It also includes the demand for the release of those who are arrested.
Yes, I agree with you.
The other area relates to, do you or don't you announce to the strikers that you are about to unfurl the barbed wire? You remember the evidence around that?
I remember that, yes.
What is the standard operating procedure relating to police defensive action?
That it's not a requirement to have to inform the opposition if you're going to deploy a defensive measure which is aimed at preventing some form of action from the protesters.
Is the unfurling of a barbed wire offensive or defensive?
Defensive.
Past experience. Does an action like that provoke aggression on the part of the people sought to be cordoned away?
I've got very limited experience in that, but the occasions where I have been where razor wire was utilized, which at times has been at certain major events, that hasn't provoked aggression or a response towards the police for that matter, or that key point.
The evidence again is that early that morning of Thursday, Mr. Noki approaches Brigadier Khalid and asks, "We don't want this barbed wire here."
What do you mean by early that morning, Mr. Semenya? I think the evidence was something like 11 o'clock, but I thought the evidence was something like 11 o'clock, but I may be wrong.
It's correct.
But
it's your question, so you can define what you mean by early in the morning.
It is after 10 when Mr. Noki makes it plain that they, the Noki group, do not want that barbed wire there.
Yes, I've seen that in the statements.
And as the evidence of Brigadier Khalid will tell, he was informed that that barbed wire was to protect the police.
Yes, the Brigadier Khalid did inform Mr. Noki and the group that were with him, yes.
Now I'm just trying to test whether on the objective evidence, can the Noki group say they were taken by surprise? One, that the barbed wire is there?
I don't believe so. I do believe that they were informed of the intent of the razor wire. So if it was being rolled out, it would not have been a surprise to them for the reason of it being rolled out.
Given the formation of the barbed wire nyalas, objectively speaking, could any one of the strikers have reasonably believed that it was going to encircle the entire copy where they were?
No.
Objectively speaking, was it available for any of the strikers on the copy to move westwards?
Yes.
Objectively speaking, is there a way in which a barbed wire could have been a hazard to any of the strikers unless they approached it?
No.
The other element I want us to address is the formation of the nyalas. And I'm trying to tidy with you the suggestion that as early as Monday morning to mid-morning, maybe, there was still the encirclement plan.
The encirclement plan was only devised on Monday evening, early Tuesday morning. You're now talking about early Monday morning. I think you're making a mistake. I think you should correct the question because I think that's what you mean.
I intend to deal with any insinuation that says Thursday morning there was still an encirclement plan.
No, I thought you said Monday morning.
No. Thursday.
You said Thursday morning.
Thursday morning.
My point falls away. I'll just try to help you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to understand or probe any suggestion that there was still an encirclement plan for Thursday morning. Now, in relation to that, when do you pre-position the nyalas in phase 2 on Thursday?
Well, it's briefed at the JOCOM of the Thursday morning, and they are pre-positioned, I think it's around about 10 o'clock that morning, maybe just after 10 o'clock.
Okay. Are they pre-positioned in a manner that could achieve an encirclement of a small group?
No.
Are they pre-positioned in a manner that could catch those strikers by surprise?
No.
Are they pre-positioned in a manner that could encircle a few group of 50?
No.
Why not?
Because it was not the plan.
Apart from the question of what the plan was, what Mr. Semenya wants, I think, is you to tell us whether from the position of the Inyalas, one could say, objectively speaking, that there was any prospect of their being encircled and so forth.
Yes, no, there wasn't.
The point is they couldn't, seeing where the Inyalas, in their positions in which they were, the strikers couldn't have feared that any encirclement of them was going to take place.
It's very impossible.
Certainly not at 10 o'clock. I mean,
no.
And in fact, they would never have seen them in the position where an encirclement was going to take place, because that never happened. There was a plan. They didn't know the plan. If it had happened at all, it would have happened early in the morning.
Yes.
But that was never implemented.
That's correct, Chair.
So at no stage, unless they listened in on the radio, at no stage, and even there I'm not sure it would have been said over the radio, but at no stage they have any reason to think that they were going to be encircled by Inyalas and barbed wire. Is that right?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, Colonel, objectively speaking again, And given the formation of the nyalos where they were, could it have been difficult or impossible, let us start there, could it have been impossible for any of those strikers to go to Nkaneng?
Are we talking in the pre-positioned or when it's rolled out?
When it was rolled out.
Once rolled out, there was a gap that I understand Brigadier Carlos would want to leave at the kraal to bring out his forces. But if we're talking that, but if they wanted to go to Nkaneng, they could have walked directly north, north slightly just off north, but they could have moved in essence in line or parallel to the razor wire. And instead of turning where the razor wire turned, just continued straight north to enter Nkaneng in that area.
Well, let's start by answering the question relative to the 3,000 odd people. Would they have found it impossible to go to Nkaneng?
No.
Fair to say they might have had to follow a slightly longer route, but it wouldn't have been excessively so. If they were minded to go to Nkaneng and were prepared to walk a little bit further, they could have done so without a problem. Is that right?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Or stated differently, was Nkaneng inaccessible by reason of the barbed wire that was closing the kraal?
No.
Now, you have also been cross-examined in relation to the intention of the strikers to use the path that went past the kraal. You remember that evidence?
I remember, yes.
Around that matter, we now have the Nyala by Canal Pizzi that closes the gap between the kraal and the other Nyalos. Remember that?
And Nyala 4, yes.
Yes. There is a suggestion that we ought, or the police ought to have also closed the other gap on the other side of the kraal. You remember that? I think there was a lot of questions asked around that.
I remember, yes.
Would that have been prudent?
In which way? So,
to close everything, the police, you'd recall that we now have the Canal Pizza Nyala closing the entire gap. Let's break it down a little bit. The argument that suggests that a simultaneous unfurling of that barbed wire closing up to the kraal would have avoided scene 1. You remember that?
yes.
As a matter of fact, that did happen, didn't it?
The razor...
Unfurling didn't happen.
No.
So, so the question must be reformulated. Let's make it clear what did happen.
In fact, it did happen that the path from the kraal to the power station was closed.
Yes.
Which intention would have been part of the plan of a simultaneous unfurling of the barbed wire?
If what you're saying is the end result is the same, yes, of having the wire deployed in the position it was, to most, maybe with some small deviation of Nyala 4, but the envisioned area to be closed with razor wire was closed, yes.
And that did not avoid the unfortunate tragedy, did it?
No.
I just want at this point to introduce a big subject which we will have to break in smaller pieces later. If the commission were to find, and let's speak for scene 1 for now, that the police acted in self and private defense, in what way would that have anything to do with whether or not the police plan was flawed or not?
I don't see it having an impact.
Sounds as if this is more a question for argument than for evidence from the witness. Anyway, he's given the answer. It sounds more like I know that questions have been asked by others of this nature, so I'm not going to stop you. But it does sound more like the sort of thing that should be addressed in argument rather than in extensive evidence. But you've asked the question, we've got the answer, so perhaps we can carry on.
Let's deal with some of the criticisms, obviously, by Mr. White. Mr. White suggests that instead of going tactical on Thursday as the police did, they could wait it out and go back to negotiations. You remember that aspect of his criticism? Mr. Chaskelson took you up on it.
Not clearly, but I accept what you're saying, yes.
No, the suggestion there is don't go tactical. This is Thursday now. Mr. Matunjwa has left. The bishop has left. Lonmin is unwilling or unable to engage in negotiations. And Mr. White suggests the one thing that you can do is to go back to negotiations. Can you conceivably tell us how that would happen?
Well, I can't. And as I know, even in Mr. Nzuza's statement, he mentions that the police asked them on that Thursday morning when they came to inquire about the razor wire, saying to him, and he mentions that the police said, we want to maintain the friendship. So obviously they were trying to regain dialogue at that stage already, and it was unsuccessful.
Were there objective indicators that Lonmin is now would be ready to enter into some negotiation?
Not that I was aware of.
Were there objective indicators that Mr. Matunjwa would be willing to come back and negotiate?
At that time I didn't know, and I'm still not aware that it would have been the case now.
Any objective indicators that Mr. Zokwana is now willing to further engage?
Is that the bishop?
No, Mr. Zokwana, the president of the National Union of Mine Workers.
Okay, no.
The other criticism which Mr. White launches at the conduct of the police is that even you consider the copy to be a preference point. You remember that?
Yes.
And so the argument goes, they could be left there. They are of no hazard to anybody.
I remember.
Could that situation of armed protesters be left like they indefinitely?
No.
And I raise this thing because there is all the debate about 48 or 24 hours until the tactical option was taken, there was no violence. Remember that evidence?
I remember, yes.
that any tactical option by the South African Police Service would be to escalate as opposed to de-escalate the violence. You remember that evidence?
I remember, yes.
Now, but how long would that impasse reasonably last to avoid a tactical option?
Can you just clear the question again?
For how long would an impasse of people armed with all those dangerous weapons remain in the copy without any tactical option being taken so as to avoid escalating as opposed to de-escalating the situation of violence?
Well, it's maybe just my opinion, but I think that if it was left at that stage where there was no further hope of any dialogue or negotiation, that it would have escalated. And for that matter, it may have just become very difficult for the police to try to find that group if they'd split into smaller, in essence, guerrilla groups to go about causing destruction and violence. So it was an easy option at that time, while they were still gathered at a point where they couldn't exercise destruction of property and, for that matter, violence upon individuals who are not participating, to carry out the tactical option of the police in the very environment that they had agreed.
In fact, please give us the benefit of your insight. If the decision to disarm and arrest those who were on the copy was made, which would have offered the best place to do that?
At the location they were at.
And of what risk would that operation have been to the general members of the public?
There wouldn't have been.
Would it have been a better option to do that arrest in Nkaneng?
No, definitely not.
Was there enough intelligence to tell us that the search and seizure would be more effective at the time?
No.
Was there intelligence to tell us where the people who were the militant group were resident at the time?
No.
Did the police know, as we now do, that there were some of the group of members of this belligerent group sleeping in copy 3?
At copy 3?
Yes.
No. The impression I had is that those that remained behind were at copy 1, or the small piece of ground possibly between copy 1 and copy 2.
Mr. White also says, as a point of criticism.
Are you leaving this point? One of the things that we don't know yet is what exactly the strikers wanted. It does seem, at least part of what they wanted, was for the unprotected strike to continue until Lonmin surrendered. And every day his loss of production would tighten the screw on Lonmin to make Lonmin eventually surrender and pay what was demanded. And it does seem, this is obviously a prima facie view that I'm expressing, subject to revision in the light of evidence to the contrary, it does look as if what was happening from Friday was an attempt to enforce an unprotected strike on those who weren't willing to participate in the strike, things being otherwise. Now, if they'd succeeded, to the extent that by Thursday there weren't any rock drill operators drilling the rocks, so therefore production was either stopped completely or was dramatically reduced. And if that's what they wanted to do, then they might have sat it out until Lonmin surrendered or something else happened. It doesn't follow that they would necessarily have continued with the murder and mayhem that had taken place, particularly in the earlier stages from before Tuesday, which appears to have been directed to enforcing by intimidation and violence an unprotected strike. So some of the answers you gave as to the fears of what might have happened if they'd been left there on the Thursday would you agree, are dependent to some extent upon the answer to the kind of questions I've raised, to which we don't know the answer at this stage. Would you agree with that?
Chairperson, yes. And I'm not knowledgeable if Lonmin has this strategy, but I know that there are a number of mines that actually stockpile the raw ore, the rocks coming up, for possible times when the ore goes slows or strikes. So the production still does continue. Mentioning why maybe the smelter was still able to maintain operations for that matter. But again, with my knowledge being that a vast majority of the mine's employees still wanted to work, and at some stage may have decided to continue trying to go to work, that there could have still been violence exercised upon them by that group to try and bring the total mine to a stop.
What you're saying depends upon assumptions which may be correct,
Yes.
but to which we don't know the answers at this stage. Maybe
Yes.
it will become clearer later.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And Colonel, some of the issues we clearly don't have an answer to, but you can tell us. Were there indications that if they set it out, there won't be continued intimidation of those who wanted to work?
No.
Objectively speaking, if they set it out, was there any indication whatever tension existed between the NUM as they perceived it and themselves have disappeared?
No.
If they had set it out, were there any indication that there was the threats to kill the police was just veiled?
No.
That they would now abandon the threat that these police from the Eastern Cape must go back? Would that threat have disappeared?
It would not seem so, no.
And that there would be killing on that day, would it disappear if they set it out?
It would not seem so, no.
The one aspect Mr. White raises as a point of criticism is that the very fact that there were such threats to the police should have dissuaded any tactical option. Can you make me understand that? How are the police who are threatened with death supposed to behave?
Well, it's actually showing that lawlessness is increasing, that the threat of violence is increasing, and I interpret that as the strikers viewing the police now as becoming a barrier or a stumbling block to their cause, having moved into the area, restoring to some degree the law and order or the movement of that crowd towards possible targets that they may have identified. So in essence, the police has become a barrier to them to proceed with further intimidation or violence or destruction in order to enforce their demands. And in saying that, with the violent threats increasing against the police, I don't see that as something that would necessarily have subsided, but again places the police in the very position of needing to know now that it's time to deal with lawlessness before it does get out of hand, and before further time and the key word here is time is given to those strikers then to formulate proper plans on how to possibly deal with the police.
Now I'm trying to understand what should be the reasonable response of police. You have 300-400 people armed to teeth, saying that the police are going to be killed that day. What is the responsible police service to do? Walk away, go home?
No.
What should they do?
Well, the police in that essence, as you say, need to take action.
By that you mean what?
Well, and this goes into what I was on that day aware that the threats that have been made to the police, that the situation becoming more volatile and the possibility of violence becoming more viable, that the police needed to do something sooner than later in order to prevent anything from going in that direction.
Did they have to stage a preemptive strike, or would it have been enough if they'd stood on guard, as it were, ready to deal by way of reaction to any attack that was launched at them? Was a preemptive strike necessary?
It's a very direct term, Chairperson, but a tactical option from the police.
It would have been, wouldn't it? The question is put on the basis that the police are going to be attacked.
Yes.
So what do the police do about it? I would imagine they've got two alternatives. They've got three alternatives. The one you've abandoned, one you correctly, I think, say it was not acceptable, and that the police should retreat. So that we can ignore that one. So there are two left, I imagine. The one is you strike first, preemptive strike, or you stand guard ready to react at the slightest sign of an attack. Those are the two, aren't they?
Yes.
Now, why is the preemptive strike better than the other?
I believe because then the police has the initiative and in essence dictates the time, which means that to some degree you have an element of surprise on your side, which means that the opposition is not as organized as they would be should you just stand guard and expect an attack coming from their side. So you gain the advantage of being able to possibly end it with no loss of life, with public order methods, etc., instead of having to stand back and expect an attack in your direction which may force you into the place where you need to defend yourselves with, or defend life with live ammunition for that matter.
It may be contended from the other side that if you stood at the ready to react at the first sign of aggression, that might have deterred the opponents from taking the first step, and there wouldn't have been bloodshed. Whereas a preemptive strike brought with it the risk that some, at least, of the opponents might have been killed. What would you say if that argument were put up?
Well, Chairperson, firstly, how long do the police then stand guard and expect an attack from the strikers, for that matter, is the question to be asked. And again, secondly, I still feel that waiting for the strikers to attack you so that you can retaliate is not the way to go, because then you're having to move to a level where your force continuum has to rise significantly, where when we're in control, we can start with a low force continuum and only then, where necessary, escalate it.
The problem, of course, is that a preemptive strike could be seen as something which goes beyond the bounds of self and private defence. Self-defence doesn't normally involve preemptive strikes. And,
That's correct.
There are arguments about intervention in Iraq and so on, which we don't have to debate here, but you understand that kind of issue arose.
Yes.
And one of the other questions, but perhaps I can ask you about it later if Mr. Semenya doesn't, is how effective the lower levels of the force continuum would have been effective, regard being had to the kind of customers you were dealing with. But that's perhaps a wider question I can deal with later, unless Mr. Semenya deals with it.
Okay.
Colonel, I expect that if you were waiting for the attack on the police, then your front line would not necessarily have been POPs.
Well, exactly. That's the other thing. Because if you're standing waiting for what you're assuming is going to be an attack to take life from the police, in essence, then it would be of no purpose. Although we would have still tried, if watching that attack coming, for that matter, to deter it with public order policing methods, simply as a part of a force continuum, being within a democratic society and knowing that you can't just go ahead and shoot people, for that matter. So I'm pretty sure if that was a strategy we opted for, we would have still placed some form, if not water cannons or something, to try to just keep the distance. And of course, this is, in essence, the whole operation went about a separation of ground, of, in fact, distance between police and strikers. The whole operation, from stage 1 or phase 1 right through to even the stage 3, was a matter of separating us so that there never had to be human-on-human contact until really necessary, which was at the arrest stage.
You see, if you'd removed the non-lethal section away, then the first step would have been the use of assault rifles and sharp ammunition. And obviously there would have been much greater risk of bloodshed that way. But one of the questions, which was, as I say, if necessary, I'll talk to you about later, is on the probabilities, how effective with that lot that you were dealing with, the non-lethal methods would have been. But anyway, that's really a separate topic.
Well, yes.
But obviously, if there was a reasonable chance that the non-lethal methods would succeed, then obviously you had to try that.
Yes.
But you see, the difficulty is that the preemptive strike part, so that's a wider issue, but the preemptive strike part could be regarded, and we may well have the argument put up, so I'll put it to you so you can deal with it,
yes.
that displays a militaristic approach, which could be contended is part and part of the increased remilitarization of the police, which took place after '94. I know that's a broad topic, but the argument, if it's going to be put up, is going to be based on that kind of contention. So perhaps you might like to deal with that if you feel able to do so.
Well, Chairperson, if you take any dispersion action for that matter by POPs on ground, most times in spontaneous marches, because you obviously wouldn't necessarily plan a dispersion into something that's been through the full Gatherings Act, and you've had your conveners and you've planned it well, and you would have it as a reserve contingency plan and the ability to do it. But to say we will do it at this very point, I think would be a bit naive or show a preemptive mindset. So when you do deal with things like dispersions of public order policing, it's normally something which needs to happen, and thus gets communicated to the crowd, so that they have the option of not being part of that and walking away. So preemptive in the essence is well us going ahead and doing something, but it's not without warning, as it may be in a militaristic point of view. It is still giving the public, the citizens, the option that the police is going to need to disperse you because of certain belligerent behavior. We are pre-warning you of this action. Please move away. We're asking you to move away. We don't want the conflict. But those that do remain, then the rule of law needs to be re-established and the dispersion action then continues. So it's not something the police likes to do or wants to do. It's something that unfortunately we get forced to do in order to maintain law and order.
And the phrase preemptive strike to be understood to be to achieve a dispersal rather than any retaliation or in regard to the threats to the police.
In that, yes. If I understand you correctly, Commissioner, preemptive in the means maybe that the chairperson is asking as well, that the police has taken the initiative now to go to a tactical option instead of waiting to be attacked and then retaliate with a tactical option. And again, my point of view on that is that we could have better control with us, in essence, in inverted commas, if I could, saying doing the preemptive option. Again, as I say, giving those options, because once we've moved to the level where we're expecting the attack and then we retaliate to the attack, immediately we're having to look at higher levels within the force continuum.
Kennels, just stay with me.
Oh, sorry.
Now, of course, if the police, the one option, as the chair says, is you take the initiative and you disperse, disarm, and arrest. That's the one scenario. The second scenario is you wait until you see an aggression on your part. Now, just help me play out this one through. If they came, as Mr. Mpofu would have us, with submissiveness, as they did, clear respect to you, as they did, 5 meters away from you, how would you respond to that in a disperse, disarm, and arrest?
If it is, as Mr. Mpofu put it forward, one would expect firstly that it would not be done with arms in hand.
No.
And
play the scenario as we know it.
Okay. As we know it, or as you've just presented it?
As we know it, they were coming respectfully with submissiveness, with their weapons in a crouched position or crouched walking, and you are taking the view, we will not do anything unless they show aggression. What opportunity would be there to do the disperse, disarm, and arrest?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question correctly.
Would there have been an opportunity? Assuming they'd come forward crouching, and assuming that's to be interpreted as a sign of respect and not something else, they walked slowly forward, crouching, with their with their cutlasses or pangas in their hands, some with firearms, others with assegais. But they'd come slowly towards you in a crouching way, walking in a crouched position. The question is, would there have been an opportunity for you to have disarmed them in those circumstances? I think that's the question.
But what I'm trying to understand is the police mindset at this time then to be that we understand them to be submissive and not aggressive?
No, man.
So it's obvious. I mean, if you thought they were being aggressive, then and even if they weren't, you might be able to rely on the principles of putative defence. But I don't think Mr. Semenya is going there. I think Mr. Semenya is asking the question on the assumption, which may be a bold and unrealistic assumption, but never mind, on the assumption that by walking forward in this fashion, they were in fact being submissive and polite. But they were coming slowly in a crouched position, but they were hanging on to their pangas and their assegais and so forth. What opportunities, asks Mr. Semenya, in those circumstances would the police have had to have disarmed them? That's your question.
Yes, we may add to that, and they're shooting at the police in the meantime, whilst they're being respectful.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand.
I think you would take the two ways of dealing with the problem. One must take that one out first, because you're dealing at the moment with Mr. Mpofu's proposition, and he doesn't include shooting in the meantime. So let's deal with Mr. Mpofu's. Because he's not here, someone's going to ask the question on his behalf, and you may as well ask it for him. So let's deal with Mr. Mpofu's scenario first, and then you can add, just perhaps to add an element of realism to the situation, firing as well.
Let's take it this way.
Double-barreled question. Deal with the first barrel first and then the second.
Let's take it this way, Colonel. Go back to the visuals. We may play them if we should. There is a point at which the armed strikers, the Noki group, is almost 5-10 meters away from the TRT line. If the idea was to wait until they strike first, would it have been possible to contain that situation in the ordinary pop way of doing things?
No.
To another topic.
Yes, I am.
May I suggest we take tea at this stage, if that's convenient for you?
It is convenient.
Want us to go on for a bit longer?
It is convenient for me.
We'll take the tea adjournment to this. I'm not going to ask him about the bull. The commission resumes. Colonel, you're still under oath. Mr. Semenya, have you any further re-examination for the witness?
We are, Chair. Thank you. Colonel, the other criticism is that the very idea of disarming, dispersing 3,000 people carried a lot of high risk. Mr. White almost suggesting that it shouldn't have been one of the options, really. What's your response to that?
The fact that it would start with a dispersion action, the POPs action, initially was to minimize any risk, to take those away again that were not wanting confrontation. So just dealing with a group of 3,000 people, I don't think that that's an accurate reflection of what the police initially would have needed to physically go forward to deal with. So the risk already is significantly reduced just by that.
Okay. And the other challenge is that the very fact that the police would go tactical carried with it the risk of harm to both the strikers and the members. You remember that part of the criticism?
I do remember that, yes.
Now, is there a way in which police can do law enforcement without ever going tactical?
Unfortunately not.
In the event that the police in specific environments go tactical, is the issue not whether or not they have the necessary mitigating strategies to deal with the consequence and or the adequate training to match up to the task?
It's true what you're saying, yes.
Let us talk about what mitigating circumstances were in the plan for going tactical. Can we go through what the plan envisaged to be mitigating factors to avoid any harm both to the members and to the strikers? Let us start with the strikers for one. What mitigating measures were in place in the plan to avoid harm to the strikers?
Well, the strategy, which is not outrightly mentioned, but of keeping a physical space between police and strikers as an outset.
What was that?
And obviously, when we were in the negotiation phase, or if we're talking directly to the tactical phase, but from that already there was the actual distance that we chose to be away and to have armored vehicles and to have our members inside armored vehicles.
Let us take them one at a time. How was it contemplated to put distance between the police and the strikers?
By the actual positioning of the armored vehicles a fair distance away from them, so as not to provoke them. If I'm talking about phase 1, phase 2. If we're talking to phase 3...
I'm talking about the tactical option.
The tactical option. It was with the razor wire is something that we wanted to create a barrier with at the outset.
Why would that help keep the distance between the police and the strikers?
Well, it's besides being a psychological barrier, seeing it is already a dissuasion of in essence, any, I believe, rational person would see that and understand that is a barrier that I don't need to approach. And secondly, if wanting to approach it, it forms a physical barrier, which also prohibits contact with whatever structure or persons being on the opposite side.
Let's measure whether that mitigating measure did or did not work. Did it work in relation to the 3,000 odd people?
It worked in the sense that where the razor wire was deployed, nobody did gain access. Yes.
What other mitigating measure was in the plan to avoid injury to the strikers?
The public order policing option being the first line of the tactical option.
And what type of vehicles do they use?
They are in armoured vehicles.
Why armoured vehicles?
Because it's a safe haven. They're not easily, you cannot gain easy access to them, whether by means of shooting at them or by forcibly trying to open them. They are designed in that way.
Yes, that was the second element of mitigation measures you tell us. So what else were factored in to reduce any possibility of harm to the strikers?
Keeping the distance by the public order policing option, starting with water cannons and the spraying of water toward them.
What would water cannons do to achieve that mitigation?
Well, they spray strong bursts of water. Initially, at a distance, the water is not that strong. The closer the water cannon gets to you, you don't have control of standing against the strength of the spray which is coming at you. So it's in essence a way of keeping a gap, again, between police members and strikers.
Other control measures of mitigating the risk of harm?
Well, moving through the force continuum of the public order policing, after water would be to initiate the tear gas grenades that would be fired. And that would obviously be to, and by this stage, who doesn't want to be there would have moved away. But this is now to encourage people to continue to move away because of discomfort to the actual people that have remained by the burning of the tear gas, the burning sensation to the skin and to the eyes.
Past police experience, what does tear gas do?
Well, tear gas creates, in essence, it's difficult to maintain vision, for that matter, if you choose to remain in it, which inevitably then plays in the advantage of the police when it would come down to the arresting, for that matter, of belligerent protesters. It's an irritant to the eyes, which makes it difficult for a person to visually then want to see what is going on and the strategies that the police may be utilizing as in what we call a takedown. So, but in essence, the amount of discomfort that tear gas is causing you if you're remaining static and it's in your environment becomes, you need a very high pain threshold to sit it out to maintain it. So it encourages you to move.
Any other mitigating measure in the plan to avoid harm to the strikers?
Well, the utilization of stun grenades, which actually has a disorientating effect if it goes off very close to you. So it has a dual purpose again, but for the purpose of the dispersion, the loud noise it makes does tend to instill fear and cause people again to want to move away from whatever may be coming, as in the public order police force, which would be deploying diversionary devices or stun grenade devices like that.
And apart from the stun grenades, any other mitigating measure that was intended in the plan to dissuade and or mitigate any risk of harm to the strikers?
Well, again, if we've moved through water, which in essence is just a wetting effect and can become a strong propulsion, a jet spray at you, which physically moves you without you voluntarily wanting to move. In other words, the breaking up of a very tight-knit group once the water comes into close proximity. Going to tear gas again, which has caused discomfort to you and pain, giving you the inspiration of all the persuading you to move away. Stun grenades, as a last resort, then, is to actually physically instill a degree of pain through rubber bullets, which need to be shot and which persuades again people to move off.
Okay. The use of presence of the TRT, NIU, STF, what, if anything, did it have, their presence that is, as a mitigating measure?
Well, simply seeing a presence like that, again, a rational person would understand that that is a group of people that are serious and that should not be aggressively approached, for that matter. So they were utilized as a deterrent, in essence. The reason being for the STF with its armored vehicles and with the weaponry that they had mounted on that, which was at no time to be utilized against human beings. We have it for different purposes, for what we call anti-material weapons. But those were deterrents to show the strikers that there's no need to confront these people.
Past police experience, what does a show of force do in such similar circumstances ordinarily?
Well, in my past experience, many times when we've gone through a show of force, it causes a surrender. In this case, we were expecting the surrender to be in the form of a dispersion, that the strikers would move away, and that reason would prevail and logic would prevail, and they would understand that the police were serious about what they were wanting to do in the dispersion action, and they had the means of doing that with the public order policing, and with that logic in mind, that they would have moved off.
Okay, can we now deal with another subject? And also the criticism is also from Mr. White that the plan was shambolic, I paraphrase. You remember that,
I remember,
that
yes.
element? Yeah. Now let us test with you the plan on its own terms, because I don't see the experts commenting on the plan on its terms. Is there anything inherently wrong with a plan to disperse a crowd of people who are gathered illegally with arms?
No. Once we've got to the position we were at, no. Once you've tried dialogue, which is unsuccessful, etc., then no, it's not.
Yes, I don't think there is criticism about phase 1 and phase 2. Yeah. I want us to focus on stage 3.
All right.
Is there something inherently wrong from a policing perspective with encircling small groups which you intend to arrest and disarm?
No, there's not.
Is there anything inherently from a policing perspective wrong with using water cannon to disperse a crowd of people for that purpose?
No.
Inherently wrong to use...
I don't think he answered the question. He shook his head, but I didn't hear his answer. I take it you'd like his answer on record.
No, the answer was no, it's not inherently wrong.
Inherently or implicitly wrong with the use of tear gas in dispersing a crowd?
No.
Using a stun grenade?
No.
In appropriate circumstances, rubber bullets?
No.
The other criticism about the police operation is that, and the planning, is whether the implementation of that plan was flawed or not. Do you, or are you able to tell us whether the positioning of a barbed wire by itself was wrong or right?
In the final, I believe it was...
In the final analysis, are we able to come to the conclusion that the mere placing of a barbed wire there was contraindicated in policing?
No, it was fine.
Are there any prescripts that prohibit the use of multidisciplinary forces?
Well, again, in these circumstances, no.
You recall I mentioned with you earlier the gap between the crawl and the zinc house that we see on one of the visuals.
I remember.
And there was a criticism relating to why that gap was not closed.
I remember you.
Let's examine the consequence of that. With Colonel Pieters Nyala having come to close the gap with a crawl, how would the dispersal have happened with the police on the other side of what was in the safe area, for instance?
Sorry, Chairperson, Colonel Pieters Nyala didn't have a barbed wire trailer on it and could never have closed that gap.
No, I know. I'm not saying he closed it with a barbed wire. We know he drove to close that gap where they were going.
Yes, I think his evidence is that he saw Nyala 4 may not make it, so he pushed his Nyala between the crawl and Nyala 4's nose initially.
Now we know that side is closed.
Yes.
And the suggestion is we should have closed even the other side, where the gap exists between the crawl and the zinc house. I'm asking, in that scenario, how the dispersal, disarming, and the rest have happened?
It would not have been possible.
Okay. Now, can you help us with this theory that Mr. Noki and the group are going home? You remember the evidence around that contention?
Yes.
I thought the witness dealt with it. I thought that he gave a fairly lengthy answer when questioned. I think it was by Mr. Mpofu, but it may have been by somebody else. He was dealing with a question as to whether the group approaching with this in this crouched position were on their way to home to Nkaneng or in fact intent on attacking the police. And he gave quite a lengthy answer explaining why he suggested they were intending to attack the police, and he gave mentioned various items of evidence. So that evidence is already on record, but if you want him to supplement that, obviously you must carry on. But it's not necessary for him to repeat that evidence unless there's something extra that he wants to add or you want him to say on the point.
No, I wanted to ask you, Colonel, as best as your information goes, was that intent communicated to the police?
No.
Was it objectively determinable?
I don't think so.
Because Mr. Mpofu insists that there is an uncontested account by Noki saying they have done nothing wrong and they were going home. You remember that evidence?
Well, the uncontested, what he said was there was objective evidence by Mr. Magadiwana that's what Mr. Noki said. And I pointed out to him that it wasn't objective evidence. The best that could be said for it was not directly disputed. But that's the piece of evidence you're referring to. The evidence, we understand, it's the Magadiwana's statement, his evidence, that's what Noki said. We've done nothing wrong. There's no reason why we shouldn't go in Nkaneng, presumably along that route. through the police lines, really.
You recall that evidence?
I do recall it, yes.
Is that accurate, though? They had done nothing wrong.
Unless they didn't think so, but not according to the law, no.
What were they doing wrong, according to the law, you say?
Well, the evident part was the carrying of the weapons at the actual strike. And then, of course, but the one that's more difficult to pinpoint is the attacks that had been carried out on the previous days.
I don't quite understand the last part. I can understand the first part of your answer. You are assuming, I think, that the group who were approaching, led by Mr. Norkie, were the ones who actually participated in the attacks on the previous days. It may be right, it may be wrong. But there was certainly no basis to arrest those people approaching in respect of those killings or attacks or malicious injury, acts of malicious injury to property they committed. That's I can understand that's why I can understand the first part of your argument.
Yes.
Difficult with the second half.
Yes.
Of course, I'm trying to make sure that we do not deal with matters that are better handled by those who were on the scene and who are better able to interpret the visuals that we see them, as we see them. You recall there is also a questioning at the very least of whether or not incident 1 and incident 2 happened. You recall that body of evidence?
I remember, yes.
And it was suggested to you that the police version that scene 1 and scene 2 happened, incident rather, 1 and 2 happened is questionable.
I recall that, yes.
Okay. Can I ask you to look at Exhibit E1, which is the statement of Magidiwana, in particular paragraphs 13, 14, and 15.
These are going to be put up on the screen for us to see.
I would request that to happen, Chair. Colonel, we have on screen paragraph 13. Mr. Magidiwana says there, when we got closer to one of the nyalas, it started moving alongside, dragging barbed wire. The nyala outpaced us and we were not able to access the road to Nkaneng, which runs just in front of the small kraal. What incident would that be?
It would appear to justify something in the line of incident 1.
He continues to say in paragraph 14, at this stage, there was shooting of tear gas and water from behind us. This was followed by gunshots aimed in our direction. Looking at the visuals, what scene are we talking? What incident are we talking?
Well, incidents 2 and 3 both speak to the utilization of tear gas, water. So it depends where he was in that greater grouping of
Just reflect on your answer. You're saying that incident 3 as well includes use of tear gas?
From my understanding, incident 3 is not yet the physical shooting, TRT shooting, but it's the actual applying of public order means from the eastern side of the kraal, where incident 2 is happening on the western side of the kraal.
Mr. Magidiwana then continues to say, when it became clear that the Nyala had successfully blocked the way, what could he be referring to?
That must be Nyala 4.
We ran around and behind the kraal to access the road from the other side of the kraal. This was the only way or gap open to us. What incident is he referring to?
Well, if he's running around the kraal, now he's coming through the western side, and then that should be incident 3.
Well, in paragraph 16 it then says, as soon as we emerged on the other side of the kraal, we were met with more rapid gunfire. So clearly what you can tell us what he is talking about when he refers to in paragraph 14. At this stage, there was shooting of tear gas and water from behind us. This was followed by gunshots aimed in our direction. What gunshots are those?
That would be, it would need to be the rubber rounds.
Correct. And in paragraph 16, he deals with the sharp ammunition.
Sharp ammunition, yes.
On the other side of the kraal.
Yes.
Can we look at the statement of Pasha? That would be exhibit D1. Paragraphs 9, 10, 11, and 12. Thanks, Ricky. In paragraph 9, says Mr. Pasha there, shortly after he left, I noticed that one of the Nyalas was dragging barbed wire and attempting to close us in. Continues in paragraph 10 to say, together with many other workers, we ran towards the path next to the kraal with the intention of escaping into Iganeng. There was a number of people ahead of me, but I was, generally speaking, part of the front group. 11. After the 2 or 3 Nyalas had successfully outpaced us and closed the gap against the kraal, we ran behind the kraal to access the road from the other side. What incident is he talking about there?
Well, he's speaking after the 2 or 3 Nyalas had successfully outpaced us. I would think that's possibly Nyala 5. And then having driven inside the line of Nyala 4 possibly moving towards the kraal thereafter.
The question is what incident is referring
to? That would be then possibly incident 1.
And in 12 says he, all this time we were being fired on with tear gas and the water cannon spray. What incident is referring to here?
If I'm just going forward to 13, see that 12 then must be speaking to incident 2.
Okay.
Did you say 12 is incident 2?
Yes.
Because we're told the seconds calculated by the evidence leaders between the spraying of water and the sharp point ammunition firing.
That's correct.
You recall that?
Yes. Can I justify maybe my rationale? Why I'm saying this is depending on where the individual is placed within the group, but I do believe these individuals to be quite close to the front. But it's very possible that incidents 2 and 3, as we know at public order policing, is happening simultaneously. And what's happening is there's less than lethal public order measures on both sides, east and west of the kraal, taking place. Trying to go past the kraal, because initially in the Channel 4 footage we see the actual group that starts to approach the police is initially 10-20 meters back of the kraal, which means if you were positioned to the west or to the east, for that matter, you would be able to see the group, and which would then justify why POPs members speak of utilizing measures on the western side of the kraal. And of course we know of the video footage on the east, which we see them also, which we thought was then incident 3.
Okay. Shall we now look at another statement which...
Are you moving on to another topic, or are you still busy with the question as to whether the incidents which was raised in cross-examination, the incidents which are summarized in slide 195, the three incidents, the first three, that are summarized in 195 and which are depicted by the arrows on slide 194. Are you still busy with that?
I'm still busy with those, Chair. Can I invite us to look at Exhibit Triple H 21, which would be the statement of Mr. Nzuza. And in particular, paragraphs 25 to 28. Paragraph 25 reads, "Then we noticed that the four nyalas which had been towing trailers with barbed wire were deploying the barbed wire. It was clear that there was an intention to entrap us and to prevent us from going into the direction of Nkaneng squatter camp and hostel, where the majority of the striking workers resided." 26. "People started to run in different directions. Those who were in front moved towards the informal settlement and wanted to take advantage of the gap, which was still open, leading to the road to the residential area. One of the hippos drove fast," starts 27, "until the gap was closed against the kraal. At this stage, tear gas and stun grenades were launched from the police vehicles and helicopters. This was followed by water sprayed from cannons. The protesters," starts 28, "then decided to go around the kraal to take the only remaining gap leading to the road to Nkaneng, i.e. between the kraal and a nearby fenced yard. The gap is about 20 meters wide. Then the police shot them before they could reach the road. I later learned that many died there and others were severely injured. The hippos were driving fast among the panicking protesters." What incident, if at all, does Mr. Nzuza seek to capture in those paragraphs as well?
What I do see in paragraph 27 is he seems to be speaking to incident 2 happening on the western side of the kraal. Because in paragraph 28 he mentions the protesters then decided to go around the kraal.
Sorry, I did not hear your answer. What incident do you say?
He seems to be speaking to incident 2 in paragraph 27.
And that would be Mr. Mpofu's version if his witnesses are to be believed, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Mpofu's client's version, rather, not his. Okay. Chair, I'm moving past to this point.
To ask you a question about that. As I understand the thrust of the criticism advanced by, I think it's the Human Rights Commission, in regard to these incidents, which are depicted on slide 194, the photograph, and are then described in narrative form on slide 195. They deny that the incidents took place in that way, and that there were movements as depicted on 194. Well, that's what they suggest. They've no direct knowledge. That's their argument from various materials. Now, you remember, you initially, one of the earlier drafts, I think, of Exhibit L, had, I think it was photographed, more or less slide 194. It wasn't that one, it was one like that, where you also didn't have the those three arrows, the yellow arrow which goes straight, the curved arrow which is orange, and then the red arrow which goes round the kraal. You had a wavy line.
Yes.
Now, what I want to ask you is, these descriptions that we've had read to us from the statements, can one say that what these people have described is necessarily consistent with what we see on slide 194, the orange, the yellow, orange and red arrows? Or is it consistent with the line that you depicted on the earlier version of that slide? I take it we must assume that the red arrow is right. I mean, they quite clearly they moved from, it would have been the, I'm not very good at the points of the compass, but they would presumably the western side of the kraal, round the kraal to the eastern side of the kraal.
Yes.
That seemed to be clear. But I'm not sure whether these statements necessarily are consistent with, only with, what we see in the yellow arrow and the orange arrow, which you see in 194, because it's also possible, I assume, that the people who were running more or less parallel with the barbed wire in the hope of getting to the unfenced off part before the Nyalas did. Will I be correct in that impression, or is there something which you want to draw our attention to, which indicates that these passages are clearly consistent with the yellow arrow and the orange arrow on slide 194, and not consistent with possibly your earlier wavy line that we talked about?
Chairperson, I think the whole of this incident 1, 2 and 3 needs to be seen in the context of what CALS has done, and I think they're accurate in what they've done with the limited scope that they had, as well as in
CALS or the Institute or the Human Rights Commission, anyway, whoever it is.
I think it was
it's the NGO that's participating, and that has presented this this particular set of photographs and analysis.
Yes, and in saying this, again, I've tried to sort of go back to the human side of this to see why in statements can it differ a little from what is shown in the analysis that was done on the objective evidence. And I believe both to be correct. The human element again, having the human element of mistake to it, being that I believe an incident 1 did occur, and a 2 and a 3. I think that what happened was that just became compartmentalized in essence in time, where it wasn't necessarily so. And we tend to also see the militant group or the Noki group as just a small little group of people. In essence, it was quite a long, possibly even up to 50 meters of people coming along, so that the people in the Nyala who had a window to look out of and could hear people hitting against their vehicle, when we speak to them feeling they're being attacked, it's very possible that it is part of the group, but it's people further back in the group, because we know that the group tended to widen the further back you got. So in essence, I believe that it possibly didn't happen where the yellow arrow is depicting it, and that is the evidence we had at the time, and we didn't have the analysis of going to look at the different Nyalas, is a mistake as such. But the fact that it happened maybe when Nyala 4 was closer to the kraal, maybe 30 meters away from the kraal, and there were possibly the rear end of the militant group still following the nose of it, that's a possibility that it happened there. We see that group passing Nyala 5, and the members of Nyala 5 also state to their Nyala being attacked. So there's two accounts of two Nyalas, and some of these members are even mentioning 2 to 3 Nyalas outpaced us. So Nyala 5, I think, was first, started moving alongside the actual protester group or the striker group, eventually cut to the inside. Nyala 4 came past, the protester group had moved on, and a rear section, I think, of that group was now aligned with Nyala 4. And in saying this, we do know that there's a time when it's possible that the strikers did want to go through on the western side of the kraal. Nyala 4 cut them off, and at parts of the video that we probably will see later, you actually see them looking and then moving. So, and they mentioned it as well in their statements that they had to move around the kraal now to get to this position. And Again, the water cannons are only firing. It's objective evidence. Whether I can't remember what the time was. I think it's 8 seconds before the shooting and so on. But the fact is that public order means is being used on both the western side and the eastern side of the kraal, which is justifying incidents 2 and 3 for that matter. Yeah. But it's occurring, I think, simultaneously at different sections of the crowd.
Yeah. Paragraph 26, read with 28, certainly seems to indicate an attempt first to pass the kraal at the western side, and then going around the kraal, attempting to get through, in fact getting through,
yes.
On the eastern side. But I think I'm right in saying that the Human Rights Commission was more concerned about the direction of your arrows. I must say, looking at it very in abstract, sounds to me be improbable that unless there's another reason for it, that arc of the orange arrow doesn't seem to be likely. I would have thought that if they wanted to get out of there, they wouldn't have wasted time going in an arc unless there was tear gas or water cannon that was driving them away.
Yeah.
I would have expected them to have stayed as close as they could to the barrier,
yes.
Run along and hope to get beyond it and through, which seems to me to be more likely. But I just put that to you for the so I get the benefit of your comment.
Chairperson, I think again at the time that the presentation was created, then we were pretty limited to only having those photos, and looking at that was the interpretation we had made, not having access to further.
What you say very fairly is you don't quarrel. Mr. Chasker can tell us, is it the Human Rights Commission or CALS?
CALS represents the Human Rights Commission, so it's the same party.
Koppen Ian Mercier. So the CALS analysis, you don't quarrel with that.
No.
But you say the difference between the CALS analysis and what we see on slide 194 and the narrative 195, the difference is not sinister in any way. It's a result of the way the thing developed and was analysed and investigated. Is that fair?
I think, Chairperson, where I do differ now, looking at, as I said, I agree with them in the limited scope that they had to work with, that was the accurate picture they could present. But having a look at the statements and realising that the objective video footage or photos can't show it all, that there was an incident one. I just don't think it was depicted in the correct area where we depicted it initially, which was an unintentional mistake with the limited resources we had at that time to actually show that. Because we'd listened to our members stating that this had definitely happened, and when we saw that photograph, we thought, well, that's probably the incident that they're talking of. There is the pole. This was Nyala 4, pulling away from the pole because we understood that the wire started getting deployed at the pole. And again, it was just without malice, we didn't go to the depths that CALS went to actually analyse the situation, and we didn't have much of the footage at that time either that they had to do a thorough analysis either.
Can I ask, we look at slide 205. Of Exhibit L.
Before we look at that, can I just put you what I understand you to be saying? I'll make sure I got it right. What you're saying is that it didn't necessarily happen. The same group of strikers approached the police line 3 times, one time after the other. It may be it was a 50-meter line of people. One group of strikers may have approached at the first point, another at the second, and the third at the third. Am I saying you correctly?
I think that's a possibility that must be considered, Chairperson, yes. Well, Chairperson, if I can maybe just clarify that, just speaking, it's the same group, it's just different portions of the group. Yeah.
No, you've got a 50-meter long group.
Yeah.
Obviously, a number of people. I don't know how many people you get in a 50-meter group, but probably 100 or more. So, yeah, so clearly some members of the group are active at one spot. A second part of the group is active at a second, and the third at the third. That's a possibility, you say?
I think they were following the lead of the lead group. It's just that they happened to be in the vicinity of Nyala 4, being further back as Nyala 4 was closing, with them still very close to Nyala 4 for that matter. And I think I mentioned it with Nyala 5. The photo actually shows the lead group passing Nyala 5 very closely as well.
Again, can we come back to what I'm asking, Colonel?
Yes.
If we contextualize the statements of Mr. Magiriwana, that of Pasha and Zuza, on slide 205, we see that the western side of the kraal is now closed.
That's correct.
So that scene would have happened.
That's correct.
And we see that the third incident is now happening. And there's a fair body of people who are pointed to go through the eastern side of the kraal now.
That's correct.
So I'm not sure I'm understanding. Is the arrow we see, the curved arrow, semicircular arrow we see on this slide, which is number 205, is that the red arrow we see on slide 194?
Still on the subject.
Hasn't answered my question yet, then you can say sorry.
Yes, that's correct, Chairperson.
Nothing sinister in the question, just to help to understand it. It does lead to a bit of confusion if you change the colour, but once we know you have, then the problem appears to disappear.
Can I invite us then to look at exhibit Triple G17? That's the statement of Colonel Vermaak, and in particular paragraph 7. Chair, can I abuse your office and ask you to help us translate it?
Rob?
7.
7. No, that's 6. There's 7. We've had this before. You want me to translate it again? The group moved backwards and again regrouped on the other side of the kraal, photo 1516, and the policemen attacked the policemen again at about 1555. It was clearly seen, I think it probably actually had been clearly seen from the air, that the group was not going to surrender or yield. Brigadier Karlitz again gave the members the instruction to launch an operation. It almost appeared as if the members did not hear. Because of the incident on Monday the 13th of August, where the 2 police members had been chopped to death or hacked to death under the helicopter, I realized that the members would have to act in order to protect them.
Chair, for the purposes of my question, that would be adequate. I'm merely trying to ask you, the description Colonel Vermaak is given there of the attack and the police action and the instruction of Brigadier Karlitz is clearly before the scene 3.
Yes,
Incident 3.
Yes, the first line speaks that the group moved back and regrouped on the... Yes.
Moving to a different aspect of the evidence. Mr. White seems to say that given the... No, sorry, it's not Mr. White. The evidence leaders appear to say that given the difficult terrain of copy 3, the plan would have encountered difficulties in effecting the dispersion, disarming, and the arrest. You remember that evidence?
I recall that, yes.
If things had gone according to plan, what would have been difficult in effecting the dispersal, the disarming, and the arrest of people who are in copy 3?
Well, in essence, if I can elaborate on that, the stop and reorganize line obviously left everything to the west now. Now, that is where phase 3 initially had to deal with those that were to the west of the reorganized line, while part of phase 3 was being dealt with by the tactical forces behind. But in essence, copy 3 became a similar type of terrain to a copy 1 or 2, and the strategy should have been rolled out as such.
What I'm trying to establish is the police members who were on site, including up to the STF, was it above their competence to achieve the strategic objective of dispersing, disarming, and arresting those if they were in copy 3?
No.
Obviously, you've done according to plan.
If we've done according to plan and their training and the SOPs that they follow, yes.
Well, the STF apparently didn't expend any ammunition at all. Is that right?
That's correct, Chairperson.
We've got a slide that sets out who fired how many bullets. So.
And I'm just trying to tidy up this element. If done according to plan, my question is to you. The police members there, was it above their competence to achieve the strategic objective or not?
No.
Why do you say that?
Because, as I said, they have the ability. They are trained to deal with rural environments that deal with rocks, ravines, trees, bushes, and how to walk through that and clear that.
There is a fair body of evidence on record, and I'm trying to have you help us understand it, where you say that the plan had no detail in relation to copy 3, and it was repeatedly put to you, and you answered in the affirmative that it was left to the discretion of the operational commander and the other commanders there. Now, can I inquire into that evidence in the following way? Did the plan conceive of any arrests or disarming or dispersing westward of the copy?
Yes.
How was that to happen?
That was to happen at the discretion of the operational commander, after viewing the actions of the strikers, how they'd responded and where they'd moved to after the dispersion action.
Any arrests that were to happen there, I'm just trying to locate this discretion thing. I have a difficulty in understanding. Were the arrests going to happen without discretion, or others to happen only with the discretion? I don't understand that. Tidy it up for me.
Well, if you task a police officer, and if I can speak in these terms, if you task a tactical police officer to carry out a high-risk arrest, he understands his duty and his way he's been trained, his procedures to do that. So, again, it just takes an analysis of the situation at that time, and then a coordination of the forces, in essence, to direct the forces to who needs to do what. And then the forces continue with what they understand their taskings to be. But the discretion word you're talking about, the discretion of the operational commander at that time. The operational commander understands the forces he has under his control. He understands the forces that are working in conjunction with him. And in relation to what's happened in the strategy up to the reorganized line with regard to copies 1, 2 and the dispersion action, it's a matter of just continuing with the same strategy now, but the difference being that at copies 1 and 2 we knew where the strikers were and we anticipated where they may move. Once getting to that so-called dispersion or reorganized line, it was uncertain as to where they may move, but it would have been to the west. So that discretion, as I say then, is the operational commander's discretion to review what the strikers have done and then to coordinate the forces to move forward again, to continue with the very strategy of, if necessary, dispersing further if the groups were still too big. Alternatively, moving to smaller groups, isolating them, challenging them to disarm them, and then arresting.
For instance, if there were going to be dispersal of people, of the strikers, say, north of the Kopi, and their disarmament and arrests, would I see that on the plan, on the written plan?
No.
If it was to happen at Copy 3, would I necessarily see that on the plan?
No.
There was also an exhibit, that is the statement of Miss Catherine Scott. About shots that are heard, fired after the ceasefire.
Back to C1. Yeah.
Yes. Do you know where those shots were fired?
I don't.
By who?
We're talking the shots after the volley of fire.
Yes.
No, I don't.
You won't know by who and in which direction they were aimed?
No.
Chair, I now want to show certain videos. I don't know whether...
I think I've received a request for a comfort break. So we'll take a comfort break now for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Commission resumes. Colonel, you're still under oath. Mr. Semenya?
Chair, thank you. Chair, I'm going...
See, the FBI are involved in this case now. Why is that? Look at the heading of the video.
Acronyms tend to have multiple meanings to them, Chair. Chair, with the assistance of Ms. Pillay, there are a number of clips that are, some not exhibits yet, others are, and their description. And I must apologize, I thought they had created a set of hard copies for the commissioners. We will at least secure that after the visuals are done, to secure those and to give them to you, Chair, and the commissioners.
That omission will be addressed in due course. But let's hand the exhibits in all at once. And with the assistance of Ms. Pillay, let us mark them and so on, and then we can carry on.
Okay. The first one would be the one where we intend to depict the carte blanche one.
How do I describe it? How do I describe it? It'll be, have we seen this already? Ms. Pillay?
Chair, it depends on what, I'm not sure, the carte blanche video of scene 1 is CC 36.
Sorry, CC 36, carte blanche, video clip on scene 1. Mr. Chaskin, was this part of what you showed us last year?
No.
Is this new?
No, it wasn't part of what I showed, or in fact what Mr. Budlander showed as the original Evidence Leaders video compilation.
Well, I understand it has already been shown, has it? Exhibits double C36, is that correct?
I'm sure you showed it to us.
Right. Look, we don't have to spend time on it now. One of my tasks here is to ensure that the record is in an intelligible state for us when we look at it at the end and when other people look at it later. If this hasn't been shown, we have to give an exhibit number and describe it. If it has been shown, we simply give the description.
Sorry, Chairperson. If this is the video called Side View, which is a small clip from the carte blanche program, then CC36 was part of my presentation.
How do you describe this short view? Do we just call it Side View? Is it just called Side View?
The video is called Side View.
So it's carte blanche video clip on scene 1, portion entitled Side View. Would that be an adequate description of it? Or must I put in any numbers to indicate the section of the clip we're looking at?
But Chairperson, unless something has been done to this video with annotations or slowing it down, it's already an exhibit. It can just be called CC36. The whole of it.
So if it's, sorry, I have to repeat that, it wasn't on microphone. If we're seeing CC36, it's already marked, we don't have to do anything further about it, just note that we are looking at exhibit CC36.
The second one, Chair, is, I'm told, the Channel 4 one, where...
So is this already before us?
It's the one the witness referred to.
Chairperson, I think we'll need to see the video to see whether it's already before us. But if it is what I think it is, it's not, in fact, a Channel 4 video. It is an annotated version of one of the previously undisclosed videos, which are not Channel 4 videos.
Mr. Semenya, is this the video that the Colonel referred to in his evidence? as having seen the previous evening? Because if it's that, then we don't have it as an exhibit yet.
Look, if this is going to happen with all the videos we're going to see, might it not be sensible for us to have a short adjournment so this can be sorted out? That's one possibility. Alternatively, if Mr. Semenya has a number of discrete topics, he can go on to another one, and this lot could be sorted out during the lunch adjournment. But I think we waste quite a lot of commission time if we debate back and forth relating to particular videos. Those that are before us already, we simply describe as they're already described. Those that are new, we've got to give exhibit numbers to and descriptions so people will know in future what exactly we're talking about. Mr. Semenya, I'm in your hand.
Can I ask for a short adjournment and tidy up this matter?
We'll take a short reconnaissance adjournment. Commission resumes. I take it the problem has been sorted out. Perhaps you can just mention the exhibit numbers if there are any. Are there any video clips which are not previously exhibits? Perhaps you can just mention the numbers as you go along, and perhaps after the lunch adjournment, give us a document so we can recording what they are, so we save time. You're still under oath, Colonel.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we will be making reference to Exhibit CC 36. There will be a new Exhibit J 205. There will be reference to an existing Exhibit A9.
What about the photos?
There will be reference to Exhibit J 207.1 and 207.2.
The new exhibit J 205, and then you moved on to J 207.1 and .2. What's happened to J 206? Are we going to
I'm now corrected.
Or what's happening?
I'm now corrected. It should be 206.1 and 206.2.
Well, I'm glad that I spotted that. So let's carry on.
Chair, before we commence, though,
I see we've got two bits of paper that have been placed on our table. These, I take it, are from the new video clips, are they?
No, those will be independent photographs to which will be...
They're going to be exhibits as well. So shall we mark them as well while we're about it?
Those are 206.1 and 206.2.
Oh, I see. So they're not video clips, in other words, or are they? They're just photographs?
They're photographs.
All right. So which is one and which is two?
The stone throwing one is 0.1, and the weapons one is 0.2.
Thank you. Sorry, I took yours. So the position is we've got effectively one new video, which will be J 205. I understand. Sorry. This is housekeeping. J 205 is a new video, and these two photographs are new as well. How do we describe J 205? Just shortly.
I'm told it's an annotated version of a previously undisclosed video.
Annotated version of previously undisclosed video clip.
Emanating from where?
Emanating from?
Emanating from J 194.
From J 194. So in other words, it's part of J 194, but it's a different version because it's annotated now. I see.
Correct.
All right. Now, in order to save time later, can you assure us that these are matters that are appropriate to raise in re-examination, because I understand they weren't shown in examination in chief. I presume there's a reason, but perhaps you should put it on record. I see that the attorney for the survivors, the arrested and injured minors, wishes to say something.
Ms. P.M. Kietsi, the attorney for the injured and arrested. I just want to note an objection, Mr. Chair. the new videos that have been brought in were not dealt in during the chief examination. We have not even had an opportunity to look into them. I just wanted to place it on record with respect. Thank you.
Raise an objection, then I've got to decide on it. The double C36 and triple A9 are before us already as exhibits, and if you are prejudiced by the fact that they are referred to in re-examination, I'll give you the opportunity to deal with that. As far as triple J 205 is concerned, we already have triple J 194 before us. It's merely an annotation of that. Who made the annotations, may I ask?
Seri.
Seri. All right. So I suggest that there's normally close cooperation between Seri and the attorneys for the injured and arrested minors. But if they have a difference on the matter, I suggest they resolve it outside. As far as triple J 206.1 and triple J 206.2 are concerned, from where, who took these photographs? Is there any?
There are photographs on the hard drive.
Yes, I understand. There are photographs on the hard drive. So again, you would have seen it, but you didn't have prior notice of the fact it was going to be used in re-examination. And again, your rights to raise the matter, and if you wish to ask further questions about it, are reserved. Whether you'll be given the rights will depend upon the circumstances, but your rights are reserved, so we can perhaps proceed. Is that all right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's pointed out to me that 205 was mentioned in cross-examination, so in any event, there would be a right to raise it in re-examination. Anyway, we've dealt with the housekeeping. I hope we put the objection to bed, and you can now carry on.
Perhaps another housekeeping matter, Chair. Some of the visuals require the caution.
I'm told that some of the visuals we're going to see may well cause distress to family members and loved ones of some of those who were killed on the 16th of August. So if there's anyone here in the chamber today who falls into that category, who feels that stress and traumatic suffering may be occasioned by seeing these videos, I will ask that they not be shown until a minute has elapsed from the time I finish speaking, so that anyone who wishes to leave will have an opportunity to do so. Well, the minute has now elapsed, so you may proceed, Mr. Semenya.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps it might be useful to explain that all this material is being used, and we seek to rely on it in refutation of the contention that the Inoki Group was submissively, with respect, going home. Can we start with Exhibit CC36? Can we now play that clip in slow motion?
This is an extract from the Carte Blanche program, as you told us earlier.
Colonel, what do we see there, or what are you able to tell is depicted by those clips?
From what I've seen, it's the line formed by TRT and some POPs members that are retreating while firing their weapons.
Shall we now play exhibit JJ205?
What we saw on channel, extract from what was shown on channel 5, channel 4, I think, is that correct?
Chairperson, it wasn't in fact channel 4. This footage definitely doesn't come from channel 4.
This is I think this is footage then that you referred to, that you, Colonel, that you had seen.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Do you know where it comes from?
No, I thought it was, in fact, the Channel 4 footage.
Well,
it's the only new
there's
footage.
A conflict of fact between you and Mr. Shaskerson on whether it's Channel 4 or not, and I don't think it's necessary for us to resolve that conflict. Let's just look at the video.
I'd like to withdraw my emphatic denial now that I see the video, because it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. I'll reserve my position until I've seen it.
See, one of the problems with it, this is stuff that was previously not disclosed, despite the clear undertaking we received from the media houses that we'd get everything that was shown or not shown, is we can't see from this what time this particular video was taken, and that may well be important, I don't know. But anyway, it's a most unsatisfactory situation which we intend addressing in due course. Take it the red circles with numbers are part of the so-called annotation, is that correct?
Correct, Chair. Can we stop here? Play it shortly back. And can we do it in slow motion? Right, we can stop this one here. Colonel, what do we see with the group and to their formation there?
We see the group is, to my estimation, possibly about 20 roughly 20 meters to the north side of the kraal. There is an individual there that is crouched over and he's showing arm gestures to get people aligned or to tell them to come forward.
I see you have both of your arms backward stretched and motioning forwards. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes, continue.
I'm told that it's 1 minute, how many seconds? 57 seconds into the video that we see this, that we've just been shown.
Can we proceed? Can we, this part, play it at normal speed and just play it in slow motion?
You want it both normal speed and in slow motion, one after the other?
Okay, you can go back and then play it in slow motion, please.
Do you want me to maybe discuss it as it is in slow motion, what I see? Because what is visual at the moment is there's a large group that are static, that are sitting on copy 2. We see now the movement of the militant group as they are starting to walk or mobilize. And in the far background there are some small figures which seem to be departing the copy area already.
At the very beginning of this, we saw people moving in the opposite direction to the direction which people are moving, we can see now.
Yes.
So they may well also have been people who are leaving at
That's correct.
Do we know at what time this particular video was taken?
Chairperson, to put it to the precise timing would be difficult, but I would estimate what time, Advocate, is the Nyalas start moving?
You address the question to Advocate Chaskerson.
Chaskerson, yes.
15:42:35.
So this is probably going to be approximately 15:46, 47. I would estimate. I could be out by a couple of minutes, but
this is before any shooting took place.
Yes.
And what we see behind the people who are moving is the copy, I take it, with the static group, as you refer them, on the copy.
That's correct. I think my timing may be slightly, probably close to 1650. Or 1649, 48, round there.
15, presumably.
15, yes, sorry. We can still see the group on copy 2 is static, and they seem to be watching the militant group in motion now. And in the background of the video, we can still see people are moving off in the opposite direction towards the west.
Now, these people, many of them seem to have, is it white garments on them or white blankets covering their clothes? Or isn't it possible to work out what it is?
From photographs, I'm sure it is, but what we have analysed through the photographs and so on is that many of the militant group, as we see them there, are in fact carrying blankets or some form of a blanket in their possession. Here we can see in the background still people that are moving off. We do see the pole now that Nyala 3 moves up to, where Nyala 4 actually starts the deployment of its wire from. So the strikers are moving to the north of that pole, obviously. It's just difficult to tell how far from the pole they are, but they, if we consider...
Is this the pole we see on slide 198?
Yes.
And the Nyala we see on 198?
Yes. But considering that they're moving around Nyala 5, they're probably about 20 meters to the north of that pole. Between 20 to 30 meters to the north of the pole. At this
vehicle is this that we see moving across the screen?
That's the Special Task Force Casper that's reversing now. I'm not sure to where they're going, but they're reversing across. Play again. We can see that the people that are on copy 2 at this time are still static. It's only what seems to be the militant group in motion.
Why do you say they're the militant group?
Well, they're armed, Chairperson, and the behaviour that they were moving as an organised group throughout the day and the previous days together. And armed, I'm speaking with predominantly sharp-edged weapons compared to maybe some of the others on the copy coming with traditional type weapons. This is, I think Advocate Jaskerson showed this previously. This is Nyala, I believe to be Nyala 5. We just can't see the razor wire, but that would be the group moving around now. Noki group, I'll call them the Noki group moving around Nyala 5.
See the Casper again.
The Casper moving across screen. At this stage, if I see where the Casper's going, and we're going to see the movement of public order policing armoured vehicles, Brigadier Carlitz has already started, obviously, trying to organise some type of a barrier or a reposting of what he deems to be an advance by the Noki group. I think that's Nyala 5 still, that we see static. And to the right of the person in screen, we can actually see the protesters have become semi-static standing there, and they're looking towards the police members, which is where we would have anticipated incident 2 to be occurring on the western side of the kraal.
What we can see in front of us is the western side of the kraal, is that right?
That's correct.
Or an area to the west of the kraal, not...
That's correct.
To put it more accurately.
The public order vehicles are responding now to that vicinity where I think it's depicted in the photograph where we showed incident 2 where they tried to form up initially on the western side of the kraal. It's very possible that it was at this time that Brigadier Carlos was calling for the water cannons to get mobile and to move from their position that they were at. In the rear, we can see the movement of the protesters. It seems to be some of the lead group. They're still to the west of the kraal. They're moving towards the east in an easterly direction. But what we do see is that public order vehicles, in essence, even though Nyala 4 is not there, have blocked the path to proceed through in the absence of Nyala 4 being there. At least from the ground level, there's a significant police presence to the western side of the kraal. If I have it correct now, we're actually looking, we saw the eastern side of the kraal where some of the Nyalas are now opting to move around the kraal and out. I'm not sure if the instruction was...
Now we just see blue sky.
Yeah, it's blue sky. I think the cameraman's moving at the moment, running to try and take up another position. And that was in line with what I understood from, I think, Brigadier Carlitz and I think possibly Pizzi or Mary, stating that someone had given the instruction they needed to go out and form a blockade on the outside to the northern side of the kraal with the vehicles. That is the kraal that we're seeing now, with the vehicles moving around the kraal to the eastern side of the kraal to go out.
Are we looking northwards? Is the camera
we're
pointing
looking northwards now, yes. And that vehicle we saw there is Nyala 6, if I have it correct. That starts proceeding out with the remainder of the vehicles. It's at this time that the cameraman turns his focus to the TRT line, which is they're not particularly running. I think they took a jog to get to that position from other video camera footage we have seen. And one of the team leaders or sub-commanders, lower level commanders, is calling for a line abreast, which is for the members to form a line with these arm motions. At this time, it's evident that not all these members have got assault rifles. Some of them are relying only on pistols, although every TRT member is in fact issued with an assault rifle as well. They're walking up to a position just before the actual road. The cameras move back to facing to the north, where we can actually see the POP members are moving out alongside the razor wire, if it is Nyala 6 with its razor wire, and they're starting to point. We can see the member at the rear pointing now he's obviously identifying the group's movements. More armoured vehicles are starting to peel out around the eastern side of the kraal, pushing through the TRT line to get out. The cameraman starts moving to follow the public order policing line, at this time on the eastern side of the kraal.
The cameraman isn't sticking to the safe area that was provided to the media.
And
is that right?
Yes, he's trying to stay more or less behind the safety of some of the vehicles, I think, that are out of picture to the left. But we see the Nyalas going, we can see some Nyalas that are positioned to the north of the kraal at this time already, and others that are following suit. Some of the public order policemen are obviously walking to the inside to try and get a better view now of what's transpiring ahead of them. The police public order Casper at this time is static and starting to move. There's a number of Nyalas that have already passed the kraal. And at this time the cameraman catches the glimpse of the Noki group, and he starts zooming in on them, and they are still a significant distance from the kraal. I'm estimating that to be possibly 20 meters, maybe 30 meters from the northeast corner of the kraal. And this is where it's difficult to identify the person in front because of the shadowing, but we can see the crouch walk approach starting to be initiated, and the leader starting to motion with his arms that the rest should now follow suit. We see there the actual crawl to the left-hand side of the screen. And the video was cut. We can now see the public order policeman firing rubber rounds. And if we can maybe pause, I'll explain what to look for, Chairperson, to understand that they are rubber. If pellets are fired, the recoil of the weapon pushes the weapon up into the air, because there's a significant recoil with a shotgun when you're firing pellets. When you're firing rubber, the charge is significantly reduced, so that the weapon basically stays static, and all you see is a puff of sort of blue smoke going out the front. And that shows you rubber rounds being fired. There's no recoil on the weapon because of the much lower charge of gunpowder that are pushing the rounds out. And if you watch the actual firearms of the public order policing members, they're all firing rubber at this time. The video has been slightly rewound just to pick it up again. The approach starting.
The soundtrack with this video.
Apparently not, Chairperson. That is, as I say, the crawl now in view. The clip seems to be cut here, and it resumes again once they've approached. But you can now see the shotguns that are firing, and the protesters coming past through the rubber rounds which are being fired at them. This is where the protester fires live rounds on the police. The arrow is showing him at the moment. You'll see the puff of smoke there, and the firearm, which is depicted well in the actual Al Jazeera video where they highlight that. We'll see further footage of the public order policemen continuing with their attempt to get the crowd to turn around and retreat. You'll notice the shotguns that are being fired. Again, I say without any recoil. You can see there the firearm that's being shot. There's just a puff of smoke with no recoil on the weapon. And we see in the background it's no longer a walk, it's now become a dash forwards towards the police line with the Nokia group behind the armoured vehicles. And it's at this stage now that we see in the background the TRT line is retreating, and this is where the 8-second volley of fire takes place as the protesters come through. There's a significant amount of dust between the TRT line and the protesters themselves, or the strikers, which is actually showing the amount of fire that's directed into the ground as warning shots to try and get them to retreat and not to approach. We can see the tear gas which is deployed at this time. I think that brings that video to an end. As far as I know, the rest is just the blue screen that we saw that was placed up.
Chair, I'll be moving to the next video clip, but I see it is past 1 o'clock.
Well, we'll take the lunch adjournment now, and we resume soon after 1:45 as we can.